go check sound, and then we'll get Madison set up on the record.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Put that in.
Hey Madison, I'm gonna put you on mic and we're live, okay? Okay, sounds good. Hold on. Okay.
Okay,
So
ready?
she's up and we're ready to go.
Okay, it's 5 o'clock, and we'll call this meeting to order. First item is the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Duckworth, would you please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, on to the approval of the agenda, and there is one change. We're going to strike Sodexo presentation. They are not able to be here today. So I will move that we approve the agenda with that change. Do I have a second?
I second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, agenda is approved. Next item is the executive session. So we need to vote to go into executive session for the purpose of discussions or consultations with designated representatives of the FHUSD to consider its position and instruct its representatives regarding negotiations for the purchase, sale, or lease of real property. I'll make that motion to move into executive session. Do I have a second?
A second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we'll be back.
These are the 3 question answers that.
Yeah, I saw that, yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
He sent it to people.
That one still bothers me.
How's the baby?
He's good. He's big. He just turned 3 months.
Oh, wow. Hi.
Okay, it's 6 o'clock. We're ready to reconvene, so I'll move that we reconvene the public meeting. All in favor, or is it we need a second?
I'll second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we're back to public open meeting. Approval of the minutes for the June 18th, 2025 board meeting. Do I have a motion to approve?
I move we approve them.
How about a second?
Wait, hold on. There is one thing that needs to be changed. I was not present for the executive session. And so for the vote for that executive session, it says 5-0. I wasn't present, so that just needs to be adjusted.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Do you want me to amend
Yeah,
your
thank
motion
you.
to approve with that change?
Yes,
I
thank
will
you.
amend the motion to put that change in.
Okay, how about a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, minutes are approved. On to informational reports, starting with current events from Dr. J.
Yeah, President Rakowski, members of the board and guests, thank you for being here tonight. It's been a while since we've all been together, so Todd got the Rotary Club down on a Saturday, and we had some other staff show up, and about 4 to 5 hours later, it was done, and it looks really nice. And so that, plus we have an evaporative cooler out there to keep our teachers and students cool while they're waiting to be picked up. So special thanks to them for coming out on a Saturday morning and getting that done. It's another good example of how our community comes together and helps out. The first days of school have gone very well. We had some hiccups like all schools do on the first day, but overall the campuses feel very clean. They look very good. The students are happy to be back. And the principals did a nice job of preparing and having smooth academics to get started. And I'm very thankful for that. We had our theme presentation for the year, which is really centered on the idea of it's not where we start, it's where we finish. And I used some different examples of that throughout our presentation. But our real goal behind that is that we've had some success as a district. It's really important to sustain that, but also to continue to push even further so that our graduates, when they walk out the door, are as prepared as possible. And so that went very well. We have some preliminary letter grade data that's come in, and it looks very, very good. That will not finalize until November. But I was very pleased with what I saw come through. And I believe that last year was a very strong, kind of a banner year for us as a district with the national model schools, the A rating. And then we had our highest ACT scores we've had since it's become the test. So I'm excited to see the letter grades come out in November, but we have some very promising numbers coming in. So with that, I conclude my comments.
Okay. Any comments or questions for Dr. J? No? Okay, on to governing board member reports. Bernie, would you like to start?
So I was able to go over to the garden and help seal the raised beds and that at the elementary school. So they're getting ready to, in fact, I think last weekend they did some planting, but they're getting ready to get going. Went to the gathering at the reservation where they had parents and little kids, kindergarten, first graders walking. It was really neat to see them all excited about going to school. They'll learn. And then registration for middle school for service leadership program, great turnout with the folks going through. And then I spent a couple hours with the high school band. They're trying to get geared back up. George is doing a good job. You got a bunch of motivated folks out there that really want to see it work. So I'm going to work with him and see how I can help out through the year. That's it.
Okay.
I don't have a lot to report, except that I did go to Falcon Fest at the middle school because I have a middle school student. And I just want to say that Falcon Fest was great. Loved the way the school looked, loved that the teachers were all ready for all the students to come through. Everything was set up in the library for student IDs, and the cafeteria had different tables in there representing PTO and Builders Club and Boys and Girls Club, PE uniforms, all of that. So also there was representation from Sodexo to take parents through the lunch program and things like that. So I thought it was very nice. In addition, I met some of the new teachers that are on campus at the middle school, so that was very nice. And I will say I also met some families, and all of the families I met were new families, which was very interesting, new families to our district. So one family was from out of state that had moved here, and another family was from Scottsdale bringing their child into our district. So just wanted to share that, and I think it's a great start.
Great. Lillian?
Well, I went to the kickoff meeting the first day for the whole staff, so it brought back all my feelings of how it was when I was doing it with everybody, so it felt really good. Felt like a part of it. And I attended the Falcon Fest. I went to all of them. I did miss the preschool, so I guess they must have done it a shorter period of time. So when I got there, they weren't there. But I thought it was fantastic. Between the high school and I was able to get a new ID again, they did a great job. That was very fast, and I know we had problems other years, so that was very easy to sit there, get the picture, get your ID, walk away, so it was very good. I saw the middle school. I went to the back to see how the chillers were working for the air conditioning, because Todd was there, so they were there working on things, so that was good. And I did attend the Coffee with Kane yesterday. I have to say it was a fantastic turnout. It was one of the largest we've had in a long time. And there were several new families, so it was really nice. Real good turnout from the PTO, the president, and other people on the board. So I think that says a lot for everybody. Great way to begin, and welcome back, everybody.
Okay, thanks. Madison?
Yes, thank you. I too went to the I attended the Coffee with Kane virtually, which I again appreciate that opportunity. I loved the turnout as well, and I loved that there was a lot of input from people. I loved Tara's comment about the boutique district. I don't feel the same about the word small. I tend to call us a small district because to me that's a very positive thing. But I like that she stressed that, we're like a community school. Like that should be one of our selling points, not a negative, because we're tight knit. We're that boutique district. So I really liked that part of the discussion, and I liked the ideas that Kane presented, and I thought that there was a lot of positivity in that discussion. So that was great. And then the other thing that I'm really excited to share is that I had a couple meetings with Val at the elementary school since Kane had said that we could start with maybe looking at getting some clubs going. And there are 3 that, I've told her that I would be willing to help run for the students. And I'm just excited with other community members. There's other community members that are willing to do some clubs as well. But we talked about what clubs we could do this year. And so I just wanted to share the 3 that I was thinking about helping out with. One is called Goal Getters. It's just going to be for the students to learn how to set goals and to be responsible and how to set like SMART goals and achievable goals. And then the other one was going to be focused on self-care and health. And then the last one is going to be music. And I'm really excited to put the ukuleles to use that have been sitting at the elementary school, because that's actually an instrument that I grew up learning how to play and play okay, fairly well. And so I'm excited to do a music club. And each of these clubs, the way we've kind of talked about structuring them, are with 10 to 12 week programs, right? Depending on how the schedule works out and things like that. But we're working on getting that set up so that the community members that have businesses that are willing to basically donate their time and their skill to lead these clubs, like Academy 753 and karate, or things like that. I'm really excited to see those opportunities for our students come to the district. I already know that the elementary school has a lot of interest in those kinds of things, and I think the middle school and high school will actually have some decent interest as well, especially once we get some of those more exciting ones like the karate going. So that's it for me.
Okay. Well, I didn't do a whole lot like the rest of you did. Basically looking at policies that we're going to be discussing later, but otherwise nothing exciting. Okay, so on to reports, starting with Sheriff's Deputy Hampton, the DARE program.
We'll find out. Got a million ports. One of them might be an HDMI. I don't know if I have to drag it or not, but, oh, it's on that one. Okay. So, I'm here to talk to you guys today about DARE. This has been a long time coming. I went through the program about a year ago, and I realize and I understand and respect the difficulties and issues that school districts deal with every day. So this kind of took a back burner, but we're here, and I'm excited to bring this to you guys. So a little about me. I'm Deputy Hampton. I'm obviously just Maricopa County Sheriff's Office. I've been with the Sheriff's Office for 5 years. This is I'm going into my 5th school year as the SRO. Before this, I was a teacher. I taught high school English for 5 years, and I've taught grades 9 through 12. So I'm very familiar with students, and I love teaching and being around kids. I'm nationally certified as a school resource officer, and I am a nationally certified DARE officer as well. And you guys are lucky enough that you get the only one of both for the Sheriff's Office. So I'm here to give you all the goods that I can. So DARE, most of us we know what DARE is, right? And I think it draws some sort of image of memory that we have of being in a DARE program. The DARE of today looks a lot different than the DARE from 1983 when it was originally created. When it was created, it was a partnership between the Los Angeles Unified School District and the Los Angeles Police Department. And they saw a need for drug abuse prevention education, and they came up with DARE. Here's the mission and the vision that DARE has now, which is providing students with tools to make safe, responsible choices for life. DARE started as a very heavy, lecture-heavy education system. So it was, in other words, kind of boring. Kids sat and they listened to police officers talk about drugs and drug abuse and prevention, and they just kind of moved away from that. So in the last several years, DARE has evolved and changed with the times, and now it is a research-informed interactive curriculum. Kids are doing hands-on activities, they're talking to each other, they're doing role-playing, they're doing all sorts of things that really get them invested and engaged with the content that DARE provides. The difference between a lot of other programs that talk about drug abuse prevention is that this one specifically is taught by law enforcement officers, so that it gives us, for lack of a better term, some street cred with the kids, that they can ask us questions and we can give real life stories about how we see drugs ruin lives. The other thing about DARE and how it changes is that the educators that create this curriculum are always open to suggestions. And if we see a need in our community for something very specific, we can submit that to DARE and they can create curriculum for us for that need. So it's not stagnant, it's not just this is how it's going to be for the next 20, 30 years. It always changes. And with that, our training is updated. And so this program has a near 100% fidelity rate because every single DARE officer that completes this training is trained exactly the same way. And we're trained to teach it exactly the same way. So you could be in a classroom here or in New York, and the DARE information you're getting is exactly the same. Here are some of the partnerships that DARE has. They partner with the DEA, the National Institute on Drug Abuse. They partner with several universities. The educators that create the curriculum that is taught by law enforcement officers are top-tier educators from these universities. They're leading experts in fields of drug abuse and prevention science and medicine. So it's multifaceted in creating the information that DARE has. So what this program might look like in a school is it's designed to be a 10-week program, so they're 10 45-minute lessons. It's designed to be one class per week. I'm flexible, so however the schools can fit me in, I can do one class a week, 2 classes a week. We can change it and really shape it to what the schools need. This program has a student participation letter. So it goes out to the families, it lets them know, hey, we're going to be talking about this, these are the topics that are going to be covered, we encourage you to talk to your kids, and that's what the family talks are about, and those go home a couple of times throughout the program to really encourage the family engagement. At the end of the program, they get a certificate of completion, we do a graduation ceremony, we have a big party, and this is where a lot of us probably remember getting our DARE shirts that have DARE across the front. Some of us still have them. Kohl's sells them. TJ Maxx has them. It's making a comeback. So a lot of us have that memory of getting that shirt, and that's a really cool thing. And now that we've, like I said, that DARE has evolved, we can customize our T-shirts. So I can get it in Falcon Blue, and they can wear it for years and still represent both the school and DARE at the same time. So I sat down and I spoke with Ms. Reichler about where we might best fit this. And she voiced a need to have some sort of education for 5th grade, which is great because nationwide, most students will get their first exposure to DARE in 5th grade. We have information for pre-K all the way through 12 and even adults. But most of us will get that information and that education in 5th grade. So it works out great. This is a general overview of what all these lessons cover. And I have a handout for you guys if you wanted it that has this on it so you don't have to strain your eyes. These are the lessons that will be included. And I guess I want to highlight that there is only one lesson that specifically talks about drug information, and that's lesson 2. The rest of the lessons in DARE now are about making safe, responsible choices and understanding the risks and consequences of every decision that's made. So these lessons, they provide tools that align with things that we're already doing in this district. We already have PBIS. and the Falcon Way. Be responsible, respectful, safe, and kind. Those are core concepts of DARE, and we're just reinforcing them with this. The Be Kind school at the elementary school. Every bullet point on that poster in that school is something that we cover in this program. The See Something, Say Something. There's a lesson here. It is lesson 7 or lesson 6, Basics of Communication. Within that, it talks about the difference between tattling and telling. So we have that with See Something, Say Something. So the coalition is already running a program that we can help reinforce and support. The Portrait of a Graduate. I want to highlight the skills 3 and 4, communication and responsibility. That's covered in DARE. So we're just reinforcing and revisiting things that kids are already getting exposed to in this district. So why 5th grade? I already told you that that's where most students get their exposure to DARE. But what I think is more important, and I want to let this sit with you for a second, the Arizona Youth Survey asked 8th graders in 2024 what age they were at their first substance use. And this is what they said. The average age of first substance use is about 11 and a half. They're in 6th grade when they're about 11 and a half. So the goal of introducing DARE at 5th grade is to catch them before they try it the first time. And ultimately, we're hoping that we can increase that age so they're not trying it at 11 and a half. That hopefully they don't try it at all, but we can at least push it back a little bit because they have more information earlier. That they can engage with it a little bit better. So that's the goal of trying to get DARE with 5th grade first. So I think this is a pretty powerful statistic, and I'm a parent now too, so I want to help our students. They're not your students. I'm part of the community too. They're ours, right? So I'm really excited about this program. I believe in it. I think that this would be of great benefit to all of us, and especially our 5th grade students. So I have this page, the QR code. If you scan it, it's the same handout that I handed to you. So if you didn't get a hard copy of the handout, there's a digital copy. And I do have, if you wanted to look at it, I do have it's the workbook. This is what the students would get in the program. This is what we would work out of. So.
Okay. I think it's a great idea. I mean, the prevention before 5th grade, and one of the things that you may not know, I've been doing a Tar Wars program for tobacco since 2005 in this district, and in the last few years I've expanded it beyond tobacco to include other drugs. So, I mean, prevention is the key before they start using it. That's real incredible, and I've seen the medical consequences of drug use way too often, and it's really scary.
Yeah.
So, other comments?
And I think with the coalition being so active starting, in the middle school,
Yeah.
I think this is perfect to do it in 5th grade.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love the idea of DARE. I remember it, and I grew up in a very religious home, and so I consider myself lucky that, I was taught at home making good decisions and avoiding those pitfalls, things that can really get you stuck. And so I appreciate that we are thinking of ways to bring this to students that maybe don't have that at home, that maybe don't have that prevention aspect at home, because, drugs are one of those things that if you don't prevent, they really can get you stuck, and you get to a point where you almost can't get yourself away from it. And so prevention here is pivotal. It is so important. And so that statistic about the 11-year-olds breaks my heart, because my daughter's about to turn 10. And she just seems so innocent. And so I love the idea that we're bringing this to our students at an age where they're starting to make decisions. They feel like they know a lot, they feel like they want to make their own decisions. And so having it be a focus on decisions that will make you feel good because they're good choices because they're solid, good choices. I think that's really important. And I like that it's not so much just a focus on the drug aspect of it, but that it is about that underlying factor of making good choices. And I did like the tattling versus telling. I think that's important because, kids get that feeling of tattling and then they don't want to share things that are really important and that will actually help other students. So I think that's really important. I like that they make it kind of fun. I remember my DARE program, it was absolutely fun for me to go through, and the shirt, I like that we can do the Falcon blue. I think that's awesome. And we can tie it into the Falcon promise and all of those things. I think this is really great. My only question is when it comes to the decision-making, what's the approach with that? Like, what are the qualifiers, or what's the metric that is taught as far as like decision-making? Because that is kind of a big, I guess, people approach that differently. So how is that taught to the kids?
Sure. So DARE uses what's called the decision-making model practice. And they break it down as define, assess, respond, and evaluate. So describe the problem, challenge, or opportunity. Assess what are your choices, what are the consequences of each choice. And we go over good consequences and bad consequences, right? Because every choice has a consequence, whether it's good or bad. And then respond, make a choice, use the facts and information that you've gathered, and evaluate. So review your decision and ask yourself if you made a good choice. So it's very broad, it's very open of just asking students to reflect within themselves.
I love that. And I love that you kept it DARE, so it's kind of an easy thing to remember. And I love that it is simple, but very profound. It's something that, even as an adult, I could use that to go through, and it's very simple, but you can use it for even the most complex problems, right? It's going to work for the little decisions as well as the big decisions. So I think that's great. I'm a huge fan of this. Like I said, I think right with this topic, especially prevention is everything. So I think that, I think this is great. Is there a cost to the district for this?
There is not. Will be, so the town received the Safe Routes to School grant, and I've been working with Justin Weldy to get funding for the first 2 years. And after that, I'm kind of buying myself time to get a program rolling within the sheriff's office, so that the sheriff's office is funding the materials for this.
Oh, awesome. Well, thank you so much. And thanks for being here, Deputy Hampton. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
I just have a couple questions, and I guess one thing I want to comment on is I noticed lesson 10 is about getting help from others.
Sure.
And helping students identify people in their lives that they can ask for help from. Mm-hmm. And I think we think that that's very obvious to students, but I don't think it is. And I think sometimes just reviewing that and getting that placed in students' minds so that if they get in a situation, it immediately becomes top of mind who they can go to for help in terms of adults in their life that they can count on to help them. And I guess my next question would be, if we're going to do this in 5th grade, do we know what class, or are we still working on identifying which class it would happen in once per week?
I would say most likely social studies.
Social studies?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Or it could also be, if they can work it into the win time also, maybe another option, but yeah.
Into the what?
The win time, their intervention time. So
Okay.
Ms. Reichler will work to make that happen.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
I have one more comment because I don't have that list in front of me, but that getting help from others. Again, my only question there would be, what metric are we giving to our students? Because, like with my daughter, when I talked to her about who would be a good person to go to for help, obviously there's, she could run to her friends, but sometimes friends won't be the best people to offer that help. So are we providing kids with like how maybe to identify those people, like the right people, so that they're not just going to maybe who they're most comfortable with, but who will actually direct them correctly?
Yeah, so the lesson focuses on trusted adults, and it doesn't have to be a classroom teacher or the school nurse. It could be, I know a lot of students have a good positive relationship with JC, or when Gary was around, they really liked talking to Gary. I have a good relationship with a few students. So it focuses on trusted adults, and it breaks it down. So the activity that goes with it asks questions like, think about a time you needed help from someone. And then it asks you what was happening, what type of help did you need, how did you get assistance, what are some positive characteristics of people who might help, and why is this important? And then it has you create like a help network. So you're actually putting in names of trusted adults that you could go to if you needed help from someone.
Okay, awesome. And are the teachers, like, is that part done with the teachers? Like, are teachers seeing what the students are putting down or saying, or are you seeing what they're putting down and saying? So is there some like oversight there?
Yeah, so the way that typically the workbooks will be kept in the classroom unless the teacher really doesn't want them in there, and then I could probably find a way to hang on to them. But there is oversight in the fact that we go over them, we share them, whether it's in a think, pair, share or in a group setting. We share them and we talk about them, and it's really up to the teacher whether it gets put for a grade, but we're both in the room. So we'll both be there, we'll both be watching and helping the kids through these activities.
Okay, awesome. That's great. Thank you.
I'd just like to thank you for being here. I know you're very visible. I see you around campus all the time. And having law enforcement in a positive vein with the kids is really good. And then your background is perfect. I mean, with the teaching and with what you've done on studying on your own, and you're enthusiastic and dedicated. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Nope, thank you, Amber.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So I assume this will be up for a vote at the next meeting to approve, or? Yeah? Okay, good.
I don't know if
Do we?
we can. I mean, I think just might as well, just so that.
I take it, well, yeah, we're all
Yeah.
heavily in favor.
Yeah.
So-
I mean, it was more for information, but I
Okay.
think that might
Well, if we
be
need
better to
find
do.
whatever, but, yeah.
So we'll put it on
Okay.
the next one.
Good,
Yeah.
great, thank you. All right, next up is public comments. Do we have any? Okay, call to the public. This is the time for the public to comment. Time limits may be allocated on public comment at the discretion of the board president for the board to efficiently complete its business. The board reserves the right to prohibit any comments made in a discourteous or threatening manner. Complaints about specific individuals, students, or personnel are discouraged. Personnel issues should be directed to the appropriate staff member or administrator per district policy. Members of the board may not discuss items that are not specifically identified on the agenda. Therefore, pursuant to ARS 38-431.01, subsection H, action taken as a result of public comment will be limited to directing staff to study the matter, responding to any criticism, or scheduling the matter for further consideration and decision at a later date. Okay, and we have Tammy Bell. Tammy, you have 3 minutes. Or longer.
See, thank you. President, board members, superintendent, I am happy to follow up with Amber because that is exactly what I'm here for. I wanted to publicly thank the district, superintendent, Dr. J, and his incredible staff for everything that they do in partnership with the Protect Our Youth Drug Prevention Coalition here in our town. We have been told by our federal admin for our grant how incredibly unique our school is. He has been blown away in our last report and said out of all of the coalitions he works with across the country, none of them are invested and partnered with their unified school district in the way that Protect Our Youth is. And so I really thank you for your leadership. I thank you for allowing us to help inform our families and our students and give them a culture that they wouldn't find anywhere else. It makes me really proud of our community. I wanted to say that we were present at all of the Falcon Fest too, so thank you for the invitation. We love being present there and love talking to the families. I specifically was only in the elementary school, talked to 176 families. And I I was blown away by the comments and how engaged they were. And the parents, almost you can see the relief on their shoulders, like, oh, thank you. I didn't know I needed to know this information. I didn't know how to talk to my students about it. And I am so happy I have this information now. And they signed up for the newsletter like nothing. Like they're just so welcome. And they're really welcoming the information. I heard things like, oh my gosh, my kids are going to find out what I'm doing. Like they're going to know more about what they see at home. I don't know if I want them to learn this information. I'm like, it's okay. We don't judge. We completely support whatever whatever your child is doing and what they're seeing. And we're going to talk to them about how it affects them. Not you, Mom. Not you, Dad. We're going to talk to them how it affects them. And I see the weight. Just kind of lift off. Okay, thank you. All right. I can handle that. I see people go, oh my gosh, I had no idea that you had to talk to my 3rd grader, 4th grader, 5th grader. You're going to be in pre-K? What in the world? Why do we have to do this? You know? And then we get to talk to them and say, yeah, it's age appropriate. And it's all over. And we want them to be excited about being healthy and knowing that they have the information in hand to talk about drugs. And then I hear parents come, some of the new ones that you had mentioned, talk to all of them. Maybe 3 at the elementary school that said, ha, another reason why I know we chose the right school district to bring our kids to. They were so thrilled. One dad, we've been in 5 different states and I've never had anything. I've never seen anything like this. So we're really, really proud of our partnership. We're really thankful. I want to tell you, just as not only are we excited and we have this culture in our community about drug prevention for our youth, but today Fountain Hills Unified partners with the coalition on 13, thanks to DARE, programs from pre-K to 12th grade. And so our kids grow up knowing how to make healthy choices. They grow up informed, and that makes them, it helps us launch them as better, well-informed adults. Because of this, our mission is easier here. We empower kids to live drug-free, and we see the impacts. In our data, we see that fewer students here are being invited to use substances every year. It goes down and down and down. They're telling us, no one's invited me to use anything in the last 30 days. We love to see that. More students are understanding the harm of the substances. Those numbers are going up and up, and that they're understanding like, yeah, maybe I don't want to experiment anymore. Maybe I don't want to start at 11. This is dangerous stuff. And so we're excited to see those numbers. We also see students active here. This last year, it's probably, 10 times. Sean, are you here? 10 times over how many students that we have seen in our classroom in the new club that was launched in our lunch bunch. Like they just want to be in the coalition classroom and they want to live drug-free and tell all their kids about it. We know that because some of our numbers also, most kids say, well, everybody's doing it. They go home and they tell their parents, oh, everybody's doing it. Well, we know because of the data at our district, they're not all doing it. And so our kids are coming now and starting to say that themselves and want to be a part of this club where they get to encourage each other to be drug-free. And that culture is going to really make a difference here. So we're really excited to partner. I just wanted to take the time to say thank you. I never get to say it enough. And if you ever have any questions or want to pop into our coalition classroom, please do, because we'd love to share everything that we offer.
Okay.
Thank you.
And thank you back at you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, on to action items, starting with the personnel action report, pages 19 and 20 on our packet. Any questions or comments about that?
I just want to give a huge shout of so excited that we hired a special education teacher at the elementary and in-house. I love it.
Saving money every day. Okay, good. Who'd like to make a motion to approve the personnel action report?
I move we approve the personnel actions.
Okay, how about a second?
A second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, that passes. Next, the payroll vouchers, starting on page 21, going to 32. Any questions or comments about those? Hearing none, how about a motion to approve the payroll vouchers?
I move we approve the payroll vouchers.
And a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, unanimous. Next is the accounts payable vouchers, starting on page 33. Any questions about those?
I had a couple questions. I'm going to start with the one that I was most surprised by, which was Power School. I see 3 different very, very large payments to Power School, and I was just wondering how, is that for past services? And even if it is for past services, why are we not trying to get that changed since there was the breach? Are we still going to be using them? What's going on with that? Because I thought we were currently going to be entering into a lawsuit
What
against
page is that
them.
on? Do you have the page?
Isn't Power School the breach?
No, I mean the page in the agenda.
Oh,
You have it?
well, there's multiple charges. Let me see, I wrote them down. So, let me see, there's one on 7/31, one on 7/16, and one on 7/9. So 7/9 is the first one that will come up, which is
I can address
page.
that, and Chris as well.
Okay.
The school information system is an expensive software package. Since the breach and since, and I've shared this with some of you, going into year 4 in this position, we're starting to dig deeper into some of the systems, some of the things we do to make those better now that we've had opportunities to fix some of the other issues. And so tonight, we're going to talk about a couple of those with software. We have already started a committee, creating a committee to look at the future of Power School in our district. So I have concerns about Power School, the ease of use, the fact that I feel like a lot of times the data is confusing. And I had to email kindergarten parents before school started, and it literally took me 2 hours to figure out how to get that done. And I'm not exaggerating. Michelle Smout finally remembered how to kind of do it. It was not user friendly. So we have already started to that process, and our goal is to pick whether we stick with Power School or a new SIS for the following year. But it is a massive overhaul, so it's going to take 6 to 9 months to do. So our goal is to have these committee meetings now that school is off and running in August, September, October, and then try to make a decision for the future. But Madison is correct, it is expensive. School information systems are, and there's a lot of add-on packages that go with that, whether that is the phone, like the systems that we use to communicate. Some we use Remind, some we use, it's called Safe Arrival. And I think some of those are connected to Power School. But I can get you a breakdown of what those costs are from Angie, who oversees Power School. But I just want to clarify that we are looking at a possible shift next year to a new system.
Well, I would hope that it's more than just possible. I would hope that it's pretty determined, especially because of that breach and because of the litigation that's happening. I don't see a way that the agreement could be remedied and move forward with a healthy relationship given the circumstances. And so the pages, Rich, are 59, 61, and 66. And just so that's the dates on those are 7/9, 7/16, and 7/31. So that's 1 month. And it's $60,000 to Power School, who just had a breach. So to me, that's a huge no. I mean, I would be on the phone with that company right away saying, I'm not paying you a penny until this litigation settled because you guys violated your side of the contract, like the number one part of it, which is confidentiality. So I feel like those payments are almost unacceptable, kind of regardless of what they've provided, because of the breach. I would.
Yeah, Dr. J has a
I want to see
clarification
something
about
different
that, though.
there.
So that's not a monthly cost. I just want to be very clear about that. So that's a renewal.
I hope not.
No, it's a renewal cost, and it renews like all software yearly. We review all software, and Tammy, Chris, and Val Fernandez have lists of software that we use and ones that we got rid of over the summer that we did not use or we parted ways with. So we could not, by the time the breach occurred and went through and learned more about it and had our board meetings, we could not have shifted to a new SIS in that time period. I just want to be very clear.
No, I understand.
But
what I'm saying is
we will look at it for next year, but I don't like to put a committee together and say, this is what the outcome, I want the outcome to come from the committee, that they come to the decision that we need to go with a new system and we need to consider the one we have as part of that process. So I do feel that the committee that will be put together will look at all those factors, and I'm sure they will make the best decision for our teachers and our students and our families.
Okay.
Do you have other questions, Madison?
I have some others about just some other things. The Houghton Mifflin Harcourt intervention for 4,500. What was that for?
Page, please.
Houghton Mifflin Harcourt intervention.
Do you know what
The
page that
map.
was?
Do you have the page number of the,
I got it. I
Okay.
got it. It's page 52.
Okay.
Those were workbooks for MES,
I'm sorry, what?
for the elementary school.
Okay. And then there was a payment to John Flynn for 2,500.
Yeah, I can address that.
sent to two of them.
Yes, we had, over the summer with not having a transportation director, we worked with John to assist us with our bus routes and to ensure that our, without having anyone to overlook them, we needed someone with experience in the district and someone who has a background in transportation. And so we worked with John over the summer to ensure and make sure those routes are correct and that they would work, and that they, because of the fact that Kaylee was taking over to try to help with that, and the routes that we had available, there was still some work to be done on those.
Okay. How was the rate determined? Was it like prorated based off of what that position would have been paid for that time? Was it a rate that
Yeah,
he
I
just said
would
he'd do
say
it
yes.
for, or how was that done?
Yes, and I'd have to, I would defer that to Kaylee, but it was definitely within that realm, if not less than that, but yes. We had, over the summer, we had a lot of work to do with transportation, and I understand that we've had some struggles with that, especially the first day of school, but we have corrected a lot of that. It's been pretty smooth since. But this is an area where we needed someone with expertise on the rules, regulations, and also who knows our community, knows those turn-by-turn directions, and knows how to consolidate the routes. And so we were in a situation over the summer where we had to do something to get that done, and that was, for us, the best option.
And so was the total that was paid to him 5,000?
It will be when he is completed with everything, yes.
Okay. And then the other thing, I did see that we're looking at the Fruth Group contract. Have we looked at, because I know for a while, Jared was kind of leading the IT for the district, and we still used the Fruth Group, but are we looking at moving that in-house, or are we
There's an agenda
just going
item
to keep
coming up on
outsourcing that?
There's an agenda item coming up on the Fruit Group, but we did go out for an RFP last year. You guys approved that RFP. And the only reason
Yes.
it's on the agenda tonight is because I want to always be transparent whenever we spend over 100,000. And even though
Yes.
you've already approved it, I still want to bring each of those charges to you guys each year, just as a refresh, or just to be transparent with the community that is a charge of over 100,000 for the school year.
Yeah, well, because did we used to have, was our IT in-house before that, or were we?
It was,
were
and
we-
I can attest to that as principal at the time, that it was a kind of a revolving door. And
Okay.
and what we were able to, the people we were able to get in, it was hard to maintain. I could tell you that in the years I was principal, the department I had the most interaction with and the one I had the most complaints in was IT. And in my years as superintendent, it is one of the departments I hear very few issues come out of. So I'm content. I'm going to talk more about the Fruth Group later, but we did do an RFP, and there are not a lot of companies out there that do the work that they do. And remember, they're doing cybersecurity, they're doing CIPA compliance, they're doing asset tagging, they're doing a lot of things that we don't have staff to do.
Yes, well, and I do remember that when I first got on the board, that was something that I brought up because it looked like we had multiple IT companies. And I remember when we did that move through VISP and then it became Fruth, I think you said it had saved the district like $86,000 a year or something. So I'm not against outsourcing IT if, obviously their company can facilitate our district without, because they have the full team. So they have the capacity to do that without, us needing a team in-house. I just want to make sure that that's the most responsible
I would say
way to do it.
On the years that I've been here, it is my recommendation to stay with the Fruth Group. They are our best option for IT services at this time.
Okay.
Anything else, Madison?
Nope, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else, questions?
Just want to go over, just for the record, thank you, Dr. Rakowski, for the phone call. I believe I emailed some clarifications to you and blind copied everyone. Mr. Hall, I thank you for the questions over email. I copied all of you on my responses. And Ms. Duckworth had asked about road safe traffic systems, and I just want to say for the record that was for graduation. We're going to have Saguaro closed off right by the park there.
I did have one more question. Sorry. There were two payments to ASBA, both around $5,000. What's the contract amount, and was that other one for events, or was it both towards the annual agreement? Because I thought that the whole annual agreement was around $5,000.
So there's one for the annual agreement, and there's one for the policies that we use of theirs, so that's why there's two.
Okay.
I think there was one in there for attendance at the law conference too, as part of
Yes,
one
we
of those.
have board members going to the law conference, and myself, I go every year just to make sure we're staying current.
Yeah. Okay. Anyone else with questions?
I do just want to say that but even though they send us the policies, it has the disclaimer on the bottom that those policies don't protect us. They say it at it's on every single page. It says, this is given to you as a suggestion, but if you take it, you're still liable for all of the things. So even to me, it is a little bit ridiculous that we're paying them $5,000 for not even providing any kind of liability coverage with their policies. I think that we could maybe do it differently.
That's why I read through all of them to make sure they make sense. I don't know, but they update it according to the legislation. In fact, the ones we're going to talk about later, there's lots of the recent legislation passed that affects the policies. So they put a lot of work into it, it seems.
There's no fail-safe to the law, so it changes all the time, and these are suggestions based off attorney recommendations that they use. So regardless of what you use for policy, policies are meant to be changed and to grow with the district. So we know that going in, and we use those as a best practice, but we know that there's always opportunities to come to you and change them as needed.
Right. And I just want to call attention, it's not really a question, but there's a couple of expenses here, and I learned earlier today that it's actually one of the EBIT courses, like a broadcasting thing, like a studio for students who want to do broadcasting. It's actually a realistic, and the camcorders and the whole deal, which is kind of neat. I never had that in high school, but anyway, nice addition. Okay, so we need a motion to approve the accounts payable vouchers. Who would like to do that?
I so move.
Okay, and a second? They're fighting over it.
A second.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, 4-1. All right, moving on to donations, starting on page 68. Always very appreciative of the donations from people in town and others. Conti Foundation, $15,000. And that goes to the FHU program, right? Part
Correct.
of the FHU cost?
Yep.
Wonderful program. Any questions about that?
I do have a question.
Okay.
First of all, thank you to the Conti Foundation for the donation towards the FHU. I just want to say thank you. The donation to the middle school of the pictures to the Second Chance store, was valued at $4,550. I guess my question is, what do we do with that? I mean, we're gonna have students come in and pick out a picture that's worth $1,700 and take it home for free?
I don't,
I would have to ask Steph and get back to you.
Is it possible that they're for decoration for the store, or are they donations to be given to students?
we'll have to ask. I mean, we take all donations that are, acceptable and make sense for us to take. Sometimes people want to donate
Well, and
things
I'll
we
be
don't
honest,
want.
if this person is the photographer and this is his business, he's going to value it at the value that he would sell it commercially, right? And so that can also be a tax deduction for him. It is, when it comes to art, it's very, like, the value is very subjective to whoever,
It is
the
very
artist
subjective.
is and the buyer.
But
So, the artist himself is going to make a smart business choice here and value it at what he could probably get competitively in his market,
Well, you wonder if he's not able to
But-
sell it, which is why he's donating it. I don't know, I'm not making any judgments, but.
Okay, but-
Well, exactly. Well, and
Can I
it could
finish
just be a good business
Can I
move,
finish my question and my
Sorry, go
statement,
ahead.
please? It just leads me to wonder if we need to develop what we're going to do with donations to the Second Chance store of items that are way overvalued for what the Second Chance store's mission is.
Sure.
In other words, maybe not so much with art, because art is subjective and maybe he couldn't sell them or whatever that is. But if it was something else, what if it was a car? We're gonna just let a student come in and pick out a car for free? I think that we need to figure out, if we're gonna be getting such generous donations from the community, how we handle that. So that if we do get a car, maybe the Second Chance store puts it up for sale. And then we get the money from the car, right? And then we use that money to purchase more things in the Second Chance store or whatever it be. But this particular donation just really stood out as, we're gonna be getting some very generous donations to the Second Chance store. And we need to develop a plan on how to handle that.
Okay, so we'll look into this donation. And I believe that the people, when they fill out the form, they put the value. We don't get things appraised or anything like that, so I want to be clear about that. And let me get some more information on that and get back to you. And I think that's fair to do, to look at. Maybe we can have staff come and speak to you at the next meeting and tell you what happened there and maybe what her plan is to do with something like that. Okay?
That would be good.
All right.
Other comments or questions about donations?
No, once again, I want to thank the Conti Foundation, because of them, our students are able to take all the courses and not have to pay, which is just incredible.
Again, that speaks to our community school too. Like, it just shows how tight knit. Like, we're all Falcons in Mountain Hills. There's no other option. So I love that we have things like that to testify of that, right? Like, we have a community strong family that supports our school in that way. Like, they're not just saying they're Falcons, they're showing it. And we have a lot of that, and I appreciate it. I love the fish tank too. I think that's so fun. A class is going to love having a fish tank, teaches responsibility and all sorts of good things. So I love our district. I love that we have people that support through their donations. So thank you. And if there's no other discussion, I'd like to move that we approve the donations with a vote of thanks.
Okay.
Second.
Second, okay. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, donations passes. Next up is the Fruth Group, purchase over $100,000. Dr. J.
Dr. Kowski, members of the board and guests, I talked about this earlier, but this is just, again, me making sure we're transparent with any purchases over 100,000, even though it's already been prior approved. It's a new fiscal year, new year. Just want to bring that to you for approval. And we did add this year cybersecurity, more cybersecurity package to this, which was something that we needed. We did, in my opinion, get a good price on that, a good deal on what we're getting. We had Jared go through that with some of the trust and other organizations we work with to ensure that it met what we needed it to do. And I got to say that I had a good conversation with Chuck Fruth himself about our needs and making sure that we are getting our value for our money. So I do recommend approval for that.
Okay, any questions?
I have a
Comments?
question. I was just wondering, so it sounds like you did a little bit of an add-on with the cybersecurity, right? In terms of the difference in price, excluding the cybersecurity add-on between last year and this year, was there a huge jump?
No, I think we spent about $1,000 more a month for the cybersecurity to get it, all of it in there. And then, and they've been very responsive. They've been actually on site all week, working on things. So I like I said, I mean, I've seen this district run on its own, and I've seen it run with it being sourced out. And I think this is the best situation we've been in because there's a team of people and engineers that can solve these problems very quickly. And their ticket time is really quick, and they just, you know, it's a learning process at times, but I think overall it's a good setup for us.
With the renewal of this contract, did we procure any other bids or any other,
You did
did we
last,
look at any other options?
you did last year through the RFP. It's a 3-year
Okay.
RFP that you guys approved a 3-year RFP, 4-year RFP last year.
I understand, but with this being a renewal, we didn't
No,
go
we
and see if
don't.
there was other options?
We don't, because we've already entered into an agreement with them. Like I said, the only reason I'm bringing it to you is to be transparent to our community and let them know that we are spending $100,000 on IT. And because it's a new fiscal year, I'm just dotting i's and crossing t's here.
Yeah, this was already approved last year.
So if we didn't approve this, what would be in place? The old agreement without the cybersecurity, or what? We just wouldn't have one?
Yeah, you would continue with what was in there in the past. And Chris, if you want to address that, but we needed cybersecurity coverage. We needed more cybersecurity to meet the needs of what the trust recommends.
You know, especially coming off the breach that you mentioned before, Vice President Reed, with Power School. In order to be covered in the trust, we have to have a certain level of cybersecurity. And Chuck was we were very frank with Chuck in terms of explaining our financial situation and that we need cybersecurity, but we can't pay a lot more than we're paying now. And he was very responsive to that, so.
Okay. Well, if I understand correctly, our cybersecurity didn't have anything to do with the Power School breach, correct? I mean,
No.
that's
No,
a
it's
separate,
just- it's on our-
their system was hacked, and that's a whole
What
separate issue.
The parallel I'm drawing there is.
Yes, I understand. I just want to make sure people understand, like, we could have had all the cybersecurity in the world and the Power School breach would have still happened because it was a separate system, and that's their problem, not ours. When it comes to this, my only concern is, again, if we're changing the parameters of the agreement, I think that we should always do our due diligence to get other quotes. I don't disagree that they've given us good service and that, you know, I don't have any negatives really besides, you know, the cost, which again, to have a whole team of IT people in-house would be more than $170. You know, you can't hire a whole team for that much. So I'm not necessarily against this, but I do wish that we had gone again for more bids, especially if we're changing the parameters, just because you never know, we might find some company that can do it for cheaper.
We went through this process at the end of last school year, so it was not long ago, number one. And number two, we only had two people interested, and we looked at both companies, and we went through that process, and the other one didn't compare, in our opinion, to what we're already getting. So that is why I bring it back to you, is that there are some changes to it, and I'm making you aware of it, that the parameters did change slightly to give us improved cybersecurity. But again, we've talked about, you and I have talked about this in the past, and I've met with people that you've asked me to meet with. There's nobody who can do what we need done that I'm aware of, other than the two companies that came forward, and they actually, they are somewhat connected in a way that some of the employees are from the Fruth Group. So there is not a large group of third parties out there that do this for school systems at the level they do. And like you just said, we are saving money than having an in-house service. And I just think that I just think that we're in a situation where this is our best option. And I'm just bringing it back to you so you guys are in the know that it did change a little bit and it will cost over $100,000.
Okay, I understand that and I appreciate the transparency. I really do. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments?
So my question was, does this run in the background on your network, or does it require additional training?
No additional training for us, maybe for Jared, but like as far as it's through, yeah, I mean, it's over my head, but it's a lot of on the servers and the way that it's on the network and things like that. So, and it will continue to expand as, you know, we want to expand on this each year and try to add more features and things like that if we can do it. But we needed to raise what we had to a more acceptable level, and now we believe we are at that acceptable level.
I do have one more question. I forgot the follow-up. In the background part, the description, it does say with approval of a 1-year contract and the ability to renew for up to 4 years. Would all the conditions stay the same for the next 4 years, including the cost?
That's the original RFP.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, so, like Chris had just said, it goes back to the original.
Oh, the RFP was what was approved.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, do we have a motion to approve the Fruth Group purchase over $100,000?
I move we approve the purchase over $100,000 for the Fruth Group.
How about a second?
A second.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? No? Okay. Next up is the award of food service request for proposal.
Dr.
Page
Kelsey.
84.
Yeah, we'll keep this one quick. We had two companies come forward, and Chris went through the RFP process. Sodexo was selected for the contract, and for us, things pretty much stay the same because we've been with them for years, but we did go through the process, and Chris is here to answer any questions about the RFP.
Yeah.
Are there any questions?
Mr. Holmley, I believe, asked about that this morning. That was a long time ago. Just like Dr. J just said, opened it up, had one bid, and it was Sodexo. So
We started with two, though, and then one
yeah,
dropped out.
right,
Yeah.
correct.
Okay.
One, what we felt was like a legitimate bid. So, but they once again, given that they were the only bid, we didn't have a lot of wiggle room there per se, but the no loss obviously is still in there, which is important. And I'll be working with Scott and Rick Kerr as principal, really since I started as principal. Julie was at the high school when I started. It was still Sodexo, and then Scott came in. But we were pleased moving forward with them, and we really didn't have a choice to be on.
We've had good experience with them in the past, though.
We have, and they listen to the needs of the district, and it's a good partnership. And again, this is something, years ago we had in-service food, and it's really hard to maintain. I mean, you're seeing right now, we have shortage of drivers, and we've had shortage of maintenance workers. And when those things happen, it takes people away from the other work they do, which is instructional leadership and academics. So, again, we're small enough that we need to have some third-party services to be able to do what we do, and this is a good partnership for us. So I have no concerns with this, and I do recommend approval.
Other comments or questions?
I wanted to say I've been super impressed with Sodexo, and you guys know me. I'm one of the first to say we should bring things in house if we can. But like Kane said, it would be really hard to assemble a team that knows all of the ins and outs of the food service, especially when it comes to the education system and all of those things. So I think that this is one of those areas where, as a small district, we can trust a company that just knows what they're doing. And then with Sodexo, they've gone above and beyond. I have it on good accounts that we're one of their smallest accounts that they carry, and that one of the only reasons that they still are even able to provide us the service is because of the length of time. We're one of their longest standing accounts, and so it looks really good for them, and it actually helps them too. So I think that one of the reasons we didn't get a lot of bids is because we are a small district, and so in the end, it's hard to balance the cost, with the expense, I guess. And I have seen Scott personally go and look for ways to improve it, to make it better, to help our students, to save us money. So it's not just Sodexo, it's also Scott, who's been working with our district so hand in hand. I really appreciate it. I know that he recently found a grant that might get the entire food, like the entire lunch costs covered for our district, which would just be amazing. So I think that this contract is a good move for us. I did notice that it was actually on the budget, the proposed budget and the adopted budget, that I think I noticed that the food costs went up like 33%. Was that simply because of their cost, or was that a change in our agreement with them? Do we know?
I don't believe it's a change in our agreement. We have conversations each year about raising the prices of lunch, but this year that was not brought to me in a time where I could make that change without pushing that on the community really late. So I said we could look at it again next year. I need to give parents, I think, 4 to 6 months notice that the prices of breakfast and lunch are going up. And unfortunately that we didn't have that. He didn't come to me with that conversation until recently. And it's no fault to him. It's just things get busy and those things happen. So we'll look at it again next year, and typically we raise it, 25, 50 cents. I mean, it's such a good deal what you get for the money. You can't eat out anywhere for what you pay for lunch and breakfast in our district.
Yeah, absolutely. Have we looked into that? I don't know all the details. I only heard about it, so I didn't do much research on it. But have we looked into that it's either a government program or a grant or something that allows for districts that have a certain percentage of students that are on the free or reduced lunch? It makes it so that the whole school can qualify. Have we looked into that? Because I believe that we could
we have,
take advantage of that.
We have, and we'll send you the information. I don't have it on the right now, but we did reach out to the AD, and we did get the initial response we got was that it was probably not a good fit for our district. And I want Chris to send out to you the response that they gave us of why that is. We did meet with Scott and share that news with him, and I think he understood when he saw what the AD wrote back to us. So let us get that and organized, and I'll have Chris to send that out to you. And then if you have questions in an upcoming meeting, you can bring those up. But we did look into it. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions?
Yes, I have a comment.
Go ahead.
I think Scott does a great job. Since we're looking at things being healthier, I would like him to look into things being more towards the blue zone idea, more fresh vegetables, fruit, and so on. I know when I helped with the burgers that time, I don't see, baked beans as a side dish being a good one. I would have rather seen a salad or something. So it's just for him to be more aware of this. I know that the turkey meal is fantastic, but there's way too much salt. So just little things like that to just make it a little bit healthier.
A lot of the kids didn't want the baked beans. Though.
Exactly, they threw them out altogether.
That was my job.
So it'd be better to have something else.
We will share that with him.
I do know that he's thought of that. I know there's a lot of regulation when it comes to school lunches, but Scott was ready and willing to partner with someone to run a garden club, and then also help have the students realize that could be used in their lunches. So I think that that's really neat. And so that would be something to revisit with him as well, because I know that he looked into different programs that actually do that for schools, like there's like a container garden program where you can get grants and it's funded, and also I know he had done some looking into that as well, so that's something maybe to bring up with him.
Sure. Okay. Anyone else? Okay, if not, I'll move that we approve the food service request for proposal. We have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, passes. Next up is the updated extracurricular fees, starting on page 88.
Yeah, President Rakowski, members of the board and guests, these are very minor changes. As you know, you've seen these periodically throughout the year. Anytime there's a change, we bring it back to you. So I think these are quite minor.
I have a couple of comments. It's, the first one's on page 89. I think the National Junior Honor Society is listed twice. If you see it, it's under extracurricular and before
middle
that.
school,
In
yeah.
middle school, yeah.
And then also my question is, why is the Junior National Honor Society $25 and yet the National Honor Society at the high school is $20? So we'd like
I think
to
the
see-
sponsors set those, so wherever
Okay.
they've set them in the past. Ms. Barsom has been doing the high school one for a long time, and I'm knowing her, I'm sure she just hasn't had a need to increase the fee, so,
And there's
Yeah.
probably more students also. That's the
Yeah.
difference.
yeah.
Okay.
I just want to understand what the tabletop club is.
So it's Peter
Is it ping
McGloin.
pong?
No, Peter McGloin does a board game club for students. It started when I was principal. It was him and my way of making sure that no kid ate lunch by themselves. And so it grew from that into a large gathering of students who were looking for, friends and looking for opportunities to be a part of something. And it's been something that's been our district for probably 8 or 9 years now. And it's a great thing. Peter has a lot of energy, and he makes sure that the kids have some connection to the school and something to be a part of. So that's what he does.
That actually was erroneously taken off of the the original 25-26, so that was
Just added back.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that was gonna be my question, because I know it's been going for a while, and I love that. I didn't realize that's what it was called, but I love that he has that going, and I think that's great for our students.
Okay, who would like to make a motion to approve?
I move we accept or add the updated extracurricular fees.
How about a second?
I second.
All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, that's approved. Next up is the overnight field trip for the 8th graders to the Phoenix Zoo, starting on page 91.
My question, is this new?
No, we did
This
this,
was discussed,
last year. She's just getting ahead of the game and getting her paperwork in early.
She came and presented at the
Right.
meeting.
Yeah, at the last
Yeah.
meeting.
Yeah, so it was
Right.
very successful. She just wants to do it again and is getting ahead of the game.
No questions whatsoever.
Any from here?
I move we approve the overnight field trip for 8th grade to the Phoenix Zoo.
I second.
I'll second.
All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? All right, next up is the supplemental adoption for project-based learning, defined learning on page 93. And this was the remote learning thing, which actually I took a look through some of the stuff, the social studies one, and it looked pretty good, the projects and the guidance that was given, so.
So we, just to give a little background, we didn't know where this fit, so we just went transparent as possible and did the whole textbook adoption on this one, just to be safe and clear that it went through a process, it was on display for the time allotted. We sent out credentials to everyone in the district and community to look at. This is for the project-based learning course at the elementary school, but it could be used K-12 for project-based learning in different capacities. My goal is to use this room for learning. It is the learning center. And so our goal is to, by the end of this year, have the middle school or high school, probably more middle school, coming over here to do project-based learning in this room, as we're going to be converting the back here soon to make it into more of a classroom/learning area for our students. So we've looked at this, it went through committee, it went through the adoption, and the teacher has started the year with doing some simple projects to get the year off as she's waiting for the approval of this software. So I'll take any questions you've had, but we've gone through the whole process, and we're now at the end.
So it says no families or community members shared concerns. Do we know, since it was online, we don't know how many actually viewed it, correct?
We don't.
Okay.
No, but it was accessible the whole time.
Okay. Go ahead, Madam.
Is this replacing something that we're currently using?
No, it is well, yes and no. The course is replacing the STEM class that we had there, and we needed a third special at the elementary, and so the goal of the project-based learning was to teach the portrait of a graduate skills through project-based learning that enhances what they're doing in their core subjects. And so what we will be able to do with this is they'll be able to actually get a report card of the portrait of a graduate. So they'll be able to, when parents meet with the teachers, they'll be able to say, you know, their communication is on grade level, and their, their whatever it is, problem solving, goal self-directed. So they will program which of the project-based units hit on those certain components of the portrait. So it hits a lot of different things. It's enrichment, it is teaching kids to work collaboratively, getting them ready for eventually their internship in the workforce at a young age. Some of them is like, one of the projects we looked at individually was they had to create a backpack company, and so they had to create a prototype, and they had to market it, and they had to, we think with AI now they could actually make a prototype visually on AI. And who knows, in the future, we might be able to do some 3D printing in there and actually bring a product to life. So it is, in my opinion, good for the kids to get that enrichment of their core subjects, but also working towards a portrait of a graduate. So although the STEM class was highly maybe based on tech, this is more on projects and communication.
Okay. I'll be honest, I have a little bit of a hard time with it being called project-based learning when it's all online. And I would be interested to know why we have two. When I did the research on defined learning and on Edgenuity, which is the next action item, I guess I didn't really see the difference. They both said that they were online, education platforms for K through 12, and they both, claim to be project-based learning. But I guess my biggest question is, why are we looking at two and implementing two? Why were these not brought to us for discussion before an action item? And why are we not encouraging our teachers to do project-based learning and paying them more instead of paying these companies to put students online?
Okay, first of all, you did get, before today, you guys did review it before we went through the 60-day process. So it has.
I remember us talking about project-based learning, but I am not familiar with the company Defined or Edgenuity.
Yeah, we
Both
did.
of those names were new to me.
We did, and I can share back with you the agendas and when we did that.
We provided the links too.
We provided the links at that time. I did an overview of it.
Okay.
I did talk about it. Second of all, they are not the same program. So this is project-based learning. What it is it is a bunch of projects, ideas that are already set up. They're not sitting online. It's a resource for the teacher to show the kids how to get started and what to do. And then it is all done outside of computers. It's actually done with construction paper and coloring and building and glue and things of that nature. So it's not that. And the other program that you're referring to, Edgenuity, is for credit recovery and for online learning for high school kids. So these are two completely different programs.
I believe when I looked it up, it also said K through 12 on Edgenuity, but it did mention credit recovery. So I was wondering if that was going to be replacing our virtual school or online schooling, or is this also just project-based learning?
Yeah, it is, and it is K-12, but we're only using it in grades 6 through 12, and that is the next agenda. So I want to stay on the agenda. The defined learning
Well,
was...
I understand staying on the agenda, but what I'm saying is these two companies, if you look at them online, look almost identical. So,
they're not.
and they both claim to be project-based learning. They both are online. They're both service K through 12. So my question is, why are we looking at both of these? What are the costs? And why are we not paying our teachers?
Okay,
Because
Madison,
the portrait of a graduate,
Yeah.
I've talked about this. It's not something that you can teach. It is a project-based thing. You teach responsibility by assigning a student responsibilities and letting them do them. So I understand the idea of project-based learning. I don't understand why we would be getting an online platform to do that instead of just encouraging our teachers to do that.
Madison, did you go on and go through both of those? Did you log in and take a look at them?
I don't have logins for the actual platform,
you
but I
do.
did my research on the website.
The whole community did. And I'm asking you that because if you did go on and search around in them, you would see that they're not even remotely close. They're completely different programs. So the first one, the defined learning, when you talk about, we don't pay teachers more for the work that they already do. So the job that they do, the planning, the grading, all that's part of their salary. If I can give them a tool that helps them do that more effectively, more efficiently, and helps them do that, that's what I'm doing. And so this teacher who's teaching this course is going to use these ideas, there's hundreds of them to choose from based on grade level, and it's been created for them to be able to take that idea and then let the kids run with it and be creative and do the project that enhances what they're doing in their other courses. So it wouldn't be something we would pay a teacher additional to do. It is more to supplement and give them, like we would a U.S. history teacher, access to maybe a website or a primary document resource center that they could use to enhance what they do. The second program is actual courses. They're online courses. So you can take English 9, you can take Algebra 1, and that is replacing the PLP program and is replacing the virtual school because we believe that this program is more rigorous and that it is more in line with the expectations of our school district.
Okay. I'm just going to read the descriptions online. So defined learning says an online K through 12 program that empowers deeper learning through career-connected project-based programs, right? Edgenuity. They combine direct instruction videos featuring expert on-screen teachers with rigorous assignments, performance tasks, and assessment to engage students and ensure subject area mastery. To me, these are things that we do expect of our teachers. And again, I guess, so what are the costs of these two programs? I guess we can just start with defined, since that's the one that we're on with the agenda.
Chris, do you have those? Okay. Going back.
Are we going to approve this without a cost tied to it?
Well, I believe the cost originally was on the, Krista stepped out, but typically when I submit something, it has the quote attached to it. I will tell you that when you look at Edgenuity, if you don't have a program in place, then none of the kids can do their online classes. Because our teachers don't have...
What program do we have in place now, and what's the cost of that?
Our own teachers cannot teach the online courses. They don't have time in their schedule, and they can't physically do that.
You said it's replacing.
No, I understand. What program do we have in now?
PLP.
PLP. It's replacing PLP.
So we have a program now called PLP. When I got to Fountain Hills, PLP was costing us, I want to say about $180,000 a year. Okay, so I cut that back the first year by about $100,000, and then the next year I cut it again, and I cut it again, and now it is down to just about $20,000 I think we pay in PLP a year to make those classes available to students for online virtual learning. Edgenuity will be in the same ballpark. It may be a little bit more depending on how many students Mrs. Pinto lets into the program and how many students meet with her and qualify to work online. But what we are talking about here is the quality of the program. And I have concerns about the PLP program. I've had concerns with it for the last few years, and I've phased it out of the district. Edgenuity is something we've used in the past at Fountain Hills High School when Barry was assistant principal and I was principal, and we had very good success with it, and we felt that it met the needs of our students a lot better. We went through a process, we went through an adoption, we went through surveys, we went through rubrics, and all that has been completed. So I would say, Krista, if you can pull both those quotes, but I would say each of them are under $20,000.
Online it says Edgenuity's cost vary, typically ranging from $350 to $1,000 per student per course. Obviously that can change, I guess, on agreements. So what are the concerns with PLP? Because I hadn't heard them, so I said, I knew we had mentioned the project-based learning, but I wasn't aware that we were looking to replace PLP, and I didn't realize we were looking at implementing two different companies.
Okay, but I did say this to the board 60 days ago. I did go through both programs, and I did explain that the whole purpose of looking at Edgenuity is that, and I said it very specifically, not only in the meeting, but also in individual calls, is that I've got to a point in this district where we've been able to go back and we've been able to get into some of the areas that we need to continuously improve on. And one of the areas, now that we've got our letter grade back and we've got our audit in order and all the things that we've had to work on the last 4 years, one of the areas that I had concern with was the virtual academy. We closed that down at our last meeting. And it was, I believe, a 5-0 vote, if I'm not mistaken. And so we closed that down because kids were going in and out of that program. And now every family has to meet with the principals. We also cut it out of K-5. We said this district does not do virtual learning in K-5, and you guys approved that. And so in grades 6 through 8, 6 through 12, the families have to meet with the principal. They have to show why the student needs to do some kind of online or virtual learning, and then it's principal approval. But once they're approved, we need to have a program that meets our needs, that we can say at the end of the year that this kid has the knowledge of Algebra 1 or geometry, whatever the course is that they're taking. And we know that online is never going to replace in-person learning. I don't believe that's even possible. But there are students who have unique situations. We need to provide them with a good program and a good system and a very strong online education. And in my opinion, working with principals and a committee of teachers, as a PLP was not that. And so that is why we're moving away from it.
Okay, so my understanding is defined as separate, right? But Edgenuity is the one that's replacing PLP, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I will be a no vote on defined, and I'm not sure what I'm going to do with Edgenuity yet, but again, I mean, we're paying beyond textbooks because that's a resource, and they have lesson plans, and they have different things for our teachers so that they can go and find all of these lesson plans and worksheets and whatever they need. We talk about how much that's a resource to our teachers. I would love to see us just start paying our teachers more and expecting these things of them. I think that a lot of teachers do project-based learning on their own already. I would rather take the money that we are looking at paying defined, which we don't know, and that's another reason why I'll be a no vote. I can't vote something in that we don't have a cost tied to. But
$24,000.
Teacher pay is always a topic from the community. It's from both sides. Everybody would love to see our teachers paid more. This, to me, is where we make the mistake. We're going to a company, a for-profit company, a business and to me, I don't see the need. I understand the benefit, but I don't see the need, and I would rather pay our teachers whatever money is going to this company, because I believe that our teachers have the ability to do project-based learning without these resources, especially when we're paying for a resource like Beyond Textbooks, that I have finally come around to agreeing that it has its benefits.
Madison, did you catch that 24,000? Did you catch that amount?
14 a year.
It's 14 a year, and then the first year of implementation, and all the setup that they do to make everything work with our portrait is an extra 10 the first year. And you got to remember that these are capital purchases. You can't use the capital funding directly to pay M&O costs. So yes, I'm with
We
you.
say
I'm
that
with
all
you.
the time, Kane, but the truth is we can move funds from one to the other.
I understand
So if
that.
we end up depleting our money from the one that pays teachers, we have no money left to pay teachers. And so and we end up doing that all the time. And I understand we can, this might be a capital purchase, but then doesn't it become a maintenance after, or how does it work?
It's a capital
Or is it always
purchase,
capital?
but
Every
like I said,
year?
You still have to give teachers resources. So teachers ask all the time.
Beyond textbooks did.
We have a resource right now, the English department at the high school is asking for a MEMBing. And it's a vocabulary tool that they use. And one of the ways that we get our teachers to continuously work hard and strive to get more proficiency and the letter grades we have is by supporting the needs that they have and what they need to be able to do that work. So I would have you stop by Ms. Reichler and talk to her about the class and talk to her about the program. And learn a little bit more about it. But we need to be able to have opportunities for kids to do things that are outside of the norm. I mean, that is something we strive on, is innovation in this district and pushing the envelope. And this, leads to that in the later years when they go into their internship and when they are in high school and they're taking other advanced classes like the ASU classes.
I feel very comfortable with this, especially seeing how you had adoption committees go through it, the parents, everybody that was on there, including the teachers, were all comfortable. Nobody complained. Families were fine with this. Teachers need help. You cannot invent everything yourself. You barely have enough time to do everything you have to do to begin with. So I will say that we should adopt the supplemental project-based learning, the defined learning.
Does anyone else have comments first?
Yes.
If that's okay.
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
Well, let Kim talk.
I have a comment. I just want to say that I sort of see the defined learning as a little bit like taking pieces of talented and gifted and putting it in different classrooms.
Yeah.
So I am supportive of that. Anything that gets our kids' faces out of their Chromebooks and out of IXL all the time, although there are benefits to IXL.
Sure.
I'm supportive of. I also think that we could look, speaking to some of your concerns, Madison, I think that we could look at, is there a way that we can provide this resource to our teachers? And then, I don't know, I'm still learning about meet and confer and all of that kind of stuff, but I've expressed concerns about sort of the bonus structure and how that works. Can we incorporate in there? One of the choices is that they do implement a project from this. So I'm supportive of it. I see it as taking a piece of a talented and gifted program and being able to put it in different classes.
Okay. Go ahead, Lillian.
And I move that we approve the defined learning through the project-based learning.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, 4-1. All right, next up is the supplemental adoption for credit recovery and virtual learning using Ingenuity.
I so move that we adopt it.
Do we have a second?
I second.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, 4-1. All right, next, we have hard-to-fill increase to pay grade E for CDL drivers. Dr. J?
Yeah, President Rakowski, members of the board and guests, I'm bringing to you tonight similar to what we do with hard to fill in our teachers in certain classes, this bonus to CDL drivers, and I've seen a statistic that 35% of CDL bus drivers in the state of Arizona have retired or resigned in the last 4 years, and that number is only going to increase every year moving forward as the vast majority of our drivers are retirees and people who are looking to get back in their communities and continue to work beyond their into later years. So we're experiencing such a shortage right now of drivers, and I want to be competitive on the pay scale to enhance the opportunity for drivers to look at Fountain Hills as a good place to work, and to also make sure that our drivers who have this advanced certificate, which is no different than having in the teaching world a specific degree or something that is beyond what is required to do the job, that there is an increase in pay for that. So that is the reasoning behind that.
Okay. And for CDL, all of our buses require a CDL driver?
All of our buses do, and we are right now we can just barely make our routes as it is right now, and we lose another driver or someone gets sick, it becomes complicated. So we do feel we have a long-term plan, and we do plan to add 2 CDL drivers in the next week. But I just think that moving forward, we're talking about right now 5 total people. It's a small cost, but it means a lot to those professionals that do that job.
This is for current and new ones, new hires.
Correct.
Yes, okay.
Yep.
Any questions?
I think it's a great idea, because if I look back to what happened with special ed, that we ended up doing extra, and now we have everybody in-house. We're not paying another company. I think this would be fantastic to do for the bus drivers too.
I agree. I want to jump all over it. I'm so happy that we're doing this because, like Kane said, it's advanced degree, it's additional and above and beyond what's regular requirements. And so we absolutely should be recognizing that. And that's exactly the way to get people to take those jobs, right? Is to recognize the efforts that they put in to get the proper qualifications to carry out that job. And so I agree 100%. This is an awesome move. Thank you for doing this. It really secures our district with the people that we need. Same with the special ed. And this is another really, really great move. It's worth the added expense for sure.
How does this compare with Scottsdale and Mesa? Does it put us equal or above? Or?
Yeah, a lot of it depends on your experience level, but for us, it will put us, yes, in the same ballpark. Kaylee was doing a little cost study for me, but I think it might even put us ahead in some areas with some drivers with experience.
Okay, so we were below
yes.
the districts.
Yes.
Which, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And I agree, I think it's a wonderful thing to do, and I think if we keep in perspective that these professionals are getting our students to school and back home safely each day, and without them, a lot of those students maybe couldn't make it to school safely, or might end up late, or things like that. So I love this idea, and I'm all for it.
Okay. Would you like to make the motion to approve that?
I move we approve the hard-to-fill increase for CDL drivers.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. Next up is the cooperative agreement for AZ State Schools for the Deaf and Blind, starting on page 97 of our packet.
Ms. Gleason will answer your questions.
Good evening, Mr. Board President and members of the board. I'd like to take a moment to speak about our relationship with the Arizona School of the Deaf and Blind, ASDB. So our existing contract with ASDB is set to expire on September 5th. And So this agreement is important because it specializes services for students of deaf, hard of hearing, blind, or visually impaired. ASDB, this support is critical to ensure that these students receive individualized services and their needs are being met and accessed. This service provides, through the agreement, a direct relationship related to educational impact of hearing and vision loss. So by renewing this agreement, it's essential to give these students the support that attend our schools. Any questions about the agreement?
And we're required by law to provide these services, I take it, correct?
We are required by law to
Yeah.
provide these services, and we don't have a hearing impaired or visual
Right.
teacher that works for the district.
Okay. Comments, questions?
I think this is another one of those cases where, due to the resources of our district and the needs of our students, it's better to outsource and use a company that is got this in lockstep, right? So it is a big cost, but again, those students need these services, and I think it's an important one to provide.
One of the things that they do offer is that we can get ASDB reimburses up to $1,500 per school year for students that go through the voucher system. So I make sure that those students are approved for that system, so we'll get some reimbursement.
Thank you for that, Leah. That's awesome.
Okay. So I'll move that we approve the cooperative agreement for AZ State Schools for the deaf and blind. Do we have a second?
I second.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is a subject dear to our heart, policy advisories, 876 to 905, starting on
I think it's only
611.
near and dear to your heart, Rich.
Yeah, well, whatever, you know. So anyway, we talked about this before, and basically this packet is basically, they're combining policies, deleting policies, adding headings. There was really nothing controversial, whatever. The wording was basically almost identical. They just put it in fewer individual policies. So I will make the motion that we approve policy advisories 876 to 905. I have a second.
I second it.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, passes.
Yeah, I appreciated that it just simplified things. It seems like it kind of, like you said, it just combined them. To me, it made it more simple.
Yeah. The next one is the policy advisories 906 to 908. And this is basically also very straightforward. This one includes the reference to technology resources, the cell phone access, and that with our policy to be added to it. So again, very straightforward, nothing controversial or anything that we think we found objectionable when we talked about this at the previous meeting. So I'll move that we approve policy advisories 906 to 908. Do I have a second?
I will second.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. Next up is the resolution to name an authorized statutory agent for all garnishments.
Yeah, President Rakowski, members of the board, yes, this is an annual, item we bring to the
Housekeeping.
board. And and it's really an HR, document that just we need to bring and get approval for in the need of if they had to do some kind of garnishment for any kind of paycheck or anything like that. So, pretty straightforward and something we've done in the past.
Okay, any questions or comments about that? Who would like to make the motion?
I move that we approve.
How about a second?
I second.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. So next up, the agreement of sale and escrow instructions for the Aspen Drive property, as we discussed in executive session. So I'll make a motion that we approve the agreement of sale and escrow instructions in the Aspen Drive property to Toll Brothers. Breaking news, Toll Brothers. Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? I think Lillian
I
made it
did.
first.
Lillian beat me.
Okay.
You can have the next.
You guys can fight for the next one, okay. All right.
You can have it.
Moving on to agreement of sale and escrow instructions for the Arroyo Vista property. So I'll move that we approve the agreement of sale and escrow instructions to Arroyo Vista property and again to Toll Brothers. Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, multiple there. So we have a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay. On to information and discussion items. Board retreat. Dr. J, you want to tell us about this?
Yeah, President Rakowski, members of the board and guests, we just need to start the conversation of getting this year off on a positive note, having set a board retreat, and make sure that we establish clear goals for myself and the administrative team so that when we are here in April and May, we can present that data to you. So it's up to you to work on that and give us some opportunities and when you'd like to do that. And then Krista can take it from there. But it's just something we really need to start discussing and make sure we do at a high level this year.
Okay.
Can I ask some questions about it?
Sure.
How does it usually work? Like how long is it?
We typically, we've had so much turnover in the board, we have only done it once.
I think that Madison and I are the only ones that were ever on
Yeah.
the last board retreat.
We typically set up the room here in more of a work study session. We've done,
Have it in the conference.
yeah, we can have it in the conference room. We typically have done it as a needs assessment, an opportunity for everyone to share what their vision and their goal is, and then really get those narrowed down so that we can focus. And my advice to the board would be to start fresh. You're a new board. It's shifted over time, and the goals have shifted as well. I mean, the goals from 2 years ago are quite different than they are today. So each of you bring unique ideas and what you ran for and what you're here to support and what you'd like to see get done. And my team will be here to answer questions about where we're at in those areas. It might be something that you have an idea for that we're pretty far along on. It may not need to be a goal. It could be maybe a sub part of, it could be something else that we do at a more lower level. So I think right now what we'd like to do is look at when would be a good time and what works best for you, days of the week, times. It is open to the public to come, so I think it would be best to do it, in the afternoon, evening, but your call.
Yeah, can I make a quick comment about it?
Yeah.
I think it's a super important thing, and I am a little sad that we haven't kind of maintained it, and I understand like there was transitions, and I think there was a little bit more tension before. Now I think, to me, the purpose of the board retreat is to really come together and say, what is our common goal? Because we're obviously all here fighting for the district, even though we maybe have different views on how to do that. We are all fighting for the same thing, the success of the district. And so the board retreat is an opportunity for us all to come together in a very casual and comfortable setting where we just say, what do we need to see improve, or where can we maybe bring, Fountain Hills into the public view a little bit more. It's just a way for us to brainstorm and come together with that common goal of where do we want to see our district go. So I think it's really important, and I'm excited that, we're talking about doing that again.
And my suggestion would be, Krista, I think last time we did it, we had some goals and things from other districts and from our previous ones, so if we get copies of those.
Sure.
Just to look at what the goals were, because I think that really help with whatever we come up with ends up being what you end up doing. So when it comes to evaluations for the superintendent and everybody else, everything goes together.
And it is a trickle-down effect. So when I set my goals and they're approved, then the principal set theirs based on that, and the teacher set theirs based on that, and so on. So the earlier we get that done, we try to have all evaluation items taken care of by early October at the latest. So we need to set that date and kind of get started. So it's open for you guys to discuss what works best for you.
Do we want to do it on a Wednesday that we don't normally have a meeting? I mean, that's
Either that or do
generally
we
best for
do
me.
this as a replacement of like the second meeting?
I don't think it should replace a meeting,
Okay.
I think it should be in addition to, so.
Yeah, our
um,
meetings are pretty full.
Yeah.
But we could
Pretty
do,
much.
we could start during the early release Wednesday time and go from there, because it could take time. And that would allow for other staff to be available as well, if you have questions about certain departments. So I will have all of our department leads there and things like that.
I think that's very smart, Kane, and I think that it would be really awesome if there were some feedback, or if there was some feedback from staff as well as community. I mean, I know that that's kind of on the board to get community feedback, but, you know, I think it would be really good to have that kind of input when we go and do this, since as the board, we are kind of that out of touch oversight, right? The admin and the on-site admin, they're the ones that are the, you know, like hands-on oversight. And so I think it'd be really good to bring all those different voices together when it comes to this, even though as the board, we're the ones setting those overarching goals. It would be nice to kind of have direction in that way, you know, feedback from staff.
So if we look at our calendars, I think that would be the best thing.
You think Wednesdays are generally good? Maybe we can let Krista know what Wednesdays were available. And
How about the 27th? The first couple Wednesdays, there's some,
I'll be back on the 25th.
okay.
The
So
27th works for me.
The
The one's
27th
before.
gives us a couple of Wednesdays to do some PD we got to do.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I have a paper appointment book, which I don't have with me, so
Okay.
it's not on my phone. Sorry.
That should be fine for me.
Okay, so Wednesday, the 27th, and why don't we start at 2 o'clock? That's when all the schools are done for the day. And then we can go, you know, if it goes 3 or 4 hours, we're still, you know, home for dinner.
But you can let me know tomorrow.
I'll let you know for sure. It's probably okay, but it just, yeah.
Okay.
Are you good?
You got McDowell Mountain Elementary curriculum night that night.
Well, we would be done, I would hope, before that. There's probably gonna be something every night. I know, I would, so it's up to you. I'm just saying, I can't imagine it would take more than 2 or 3 hours to do.
Right.
And I think if parents wanted to do both, they would be able to.
And the McDowell Mountain is what time? When does that start?
6, I would imagine 6 or 6:30.
So if we start at 2, we should be.
Yeah.
We should be done.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because meetings that go too long tend to be less and less productive as they lengthen.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'll let you know for sure tomorrow.
5:30.
5:30.
I think
Okay.
it could work. So if you're good with that, we can schedule that.
Okay.
And then just maybe if you have a change, let us know in the next day or so. and
Yeah, I'll let you know for
we'll
sure.
make it. Okay.
Can I ask a couple questions, or one question? Lillian, who would you like to see other goals from? What other districts are you looking for?
I forget what we had last time. Seemed to
I
be,
feel like we had our old goals.
we had our old goals. We had, I think maybe,
I think I think we're talking about some of the strategic plans. I don't remember any goals at the previous
The
one.
goals, the only goals that we had ever set as a board, I'll be honest, I felt they were hard to interpret depending on, you know, your perspective, I guess. And so I feel like this time, you know, especially since we're not meant to like micromanage the sites, we're meant to kind of just guide the general direction of the district. I think that we should go in with the idea that our goals should be pretty simplistic and, you know, easy to follow. Because
Yeah,
when I
smart
read through
goals.
those ones last time, I just felt that you could take them a couple different ways and they were just just a little hard to understand, I guess. I think if we could establish simple goals, that would allow the superintendent to establish more, you know, detailed goals, and then the principals even more detailed. You know what I mean?
Sure.
That trickle down.
I think the ones from our district were fairly simple, and we were going into it a little bit too much last time. So if we just look at a couple districts.
I agree.
Maybe
So
a
we'll bring-
small district like ours, and then say Scottsdale, since it's next door.
Okay, we'll bring some of that, and then we'll bring previous goals. And my advice is to start completely fresh and
Yes.
and really
Yes, I
really
agree.
look at our needs and go from there. So we'll do that on that Wednesday. I thank you for making that happen. All right?
I'll have to look into like community feedback. I don't know how that looks it still follows open meeting law. So I don't know that the community can necessarily be a part of the conversation outside of public comment.
Yeah, we'll check into
No,
that.
my thought there is more just, like in the end, I know what a lot of people that talk to me would like to see with our district. That's kind of my thought. And then, but I might not have as much interaction with staff as you guys do. So I think it would be really good just to be aware of the desires of the community, the desires of the staff, the desires of the students and the families, and those will come through us, the different people that are going to be there having the discussion. But leading up to it, I think we all have a little bit of our work cut out for us, right? Like I know I can talk to people that have left the district and say, well, what would bring you back? What would bring you back to Fountain Hills? And those will be tied into my input in that meeting. And I would honestly suggest that if we have ideas, like if I have ideas for some goals, I might send them to Krista to send them out to everybody just so that, we have something going into that meeting,
Sure. Okay, send those on. Thank you.
Okay, next up is more policy advisories, 909 to 914. And these are basically, they are changes because of legislation that was passed in the last legislative session. Again, pretty clear cut, nothing too unusual, and it's based on changes in state law. So I think the wording as suggested is totally acceptable, and we'll vote on that at a future meeting.
I agree.
Okay, another executive session. So I'll move that pursuant to ARS 38-431-.03, subsection A, 3, and 4, that we adjourn to executive session for discussion and/or consultation for legal advice with the board attorneys and/or to consider the board's position and instruct its attorneys regarding its position on a contract that is the subject of negotiation, intergovernmental agreement with EVIT. Do I have a second to that motion?
I second it.
Okay, all in favor of adjourning? Say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Bye.
I was sure the attorney's still awake.
All right.
Don't forget me, Krista.
Yeah.
done for the night.
Oops.
All right, you are live.
We're live.
We have Madison back?
We have Madison right here. Let
Oh,
me-
she's there? Oh,
That's you.
okay.
Okay, I have you out here this time. I need to put you on the microphone.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
This whole phone thing's confusing, jeez.
Okay, I'll make a motion to reconvene the public meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, that approves. So the next item is an action item, but I will make a motion to table the action item to approve the direction from the executive session. Do I have a second?
I'll
I second.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, that is tabled. Future,
Call that second on.
You give it to Madison.
okay. Future action includes board goals, student outcomes such as report cards and proficiency data, club policies, ESA voucher students in sports, and a discussion on Four Peaks. Dates of upcoming meetings are August 20th and September 3rd, with business meetings at 6 p.m. here unless we need to do an executive session. And how about a motion to adjourn?
I have one.
I move we adjourn.
I would like to add one thing to future action. I would like us to discuss what happens if ICE shows up. And I know there's paperwork, there's things that are coming from different groups. So I just want us to have some kind of policy to make sure that we are protecting our children here.
Okay, so motion to adjourn?
I move we adjourn.
I'll second it. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? No? Okay, we are adjourned.
Thank you, everybody. Bye.
Thank you.
Okay, we got signatures. Okay,
Who seconded the adjournment? I'm sorry, was that you, Rich?
yes,
Okay, that's good.
yes. Okay, I'll give you some here and the rest down this way, and you can kind of just spread them out and then
Thank you
send them
all.
back
Good
to
night.
me.
Thanks.
Good night.
Good night. Oops. Let me get my stuff put away and then.
This overnight trip only has one, is just me?
Yes.
Okay.
Just you
Just
signs
me.
that. Okay, I need a pen,
Field trip.
right? Here, Bernie, start, and then I'll find a pen.